Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah? Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
They're off and running at Finger Lakes. It's a good start for Bad Connection, who zips out for the lead. The gray Thin Legs is in second. Queen's Cat, White Blinkers outside in a joint third with Light Thoughts. A length and a half to Ada May, who's about 2 lengths in front of Miraviglioso, who's at the back of the pack. Bad Connection has the lead by a length. Thin Legs attempts to squeeze through at the fence in second. Queen's Cat outside in third. A length and a half, Ada May's in fourth. Light Thoughts races fifth, 3 off the lead, and 3 lengths to the trailer, Miraviglioso. First quarter, 22 seconds, 2.5 furlongs to go. It's Queen's Cat ranging up to the outside, getting that lead from Bad Connection. Light Thoughts splits rivals up into a joint second. Ada May is outside of her, and then Miraviglioso stand side. Thin Legs is near the back of the pack as they got 1 furlong to go. Queen's Cat opens up by 6 lengths. It's Miraviglioso with a rally on the extreme outside, now up into second. Light Thoughts, Thin Legs third and fourth. In deep stretch, it's the heavy chalk, Queen's Cat. Queen's Cat in the opener wins by 4 lengths. Miraviglioso second, Thin Legs second race from Finger Lakes. No scratches or jockey changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time. They're all in the gate, and they're off. It's 2:30 a.m. Bounding out for the lead and opens up by a couple of lengths. Price is Truth up the inside in second. Cast of Coins in third. Asleep at 8-3 wide fourth. 2 lengths to Rusi in second last, who's about 2 lengths in front of Rockstar Rebel in the sixth and trailing position, and about 10 lengths off the lead. Half mile to go. 2:30 a.m.'s on the point, has a lead by a length. Price is Truth is in second, and then it's Asleep at 8, who charges up outside third. Cast a Coin in between horses in a tough and tight spot in fourth. A space of about 7 lengths to Rusi, who's deep on the course in second last, and a margin of 3 to Rockstar Rebel, who trails. The top 4 within 2.5 lengths of each other as they arrive at the top of the stretch. 2:30 a.m. whips him in, has the lead by a couple lengths. Asleep at 8's on the outside with Cast a Coin. Price is Truth plugging away at the fence. Then it's Rusi in fifth, but 9 lengths off the lead. 16th to go. 2:30 a.m. on top by a couple lengths over Cast a Coin, and Asleep at 8. They come down to the winning line. It's 2:30 a.m. a front-running victory. Cast a Coin second. Stunning Sugar, 1 over. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 4 wagering. Post time race 3 in 16 minutes at 1:15 p.m. They're all in the gate, and they're off. Looks like a great start. Bams, Bliss, Kiss, Eddie Marie, Stunning Sugar. These 3 vie for the early lead, but it's Bams, Bliss, Kiss who opens up by 3 parts of a length over Eddie Marie in second. Stunning Sugar backs off the pace in third. Happy Smile scoots on through towards the inside in fourth. Red Wine and Whiskey is in fifth and about 5.5 lengths off the lead, and a gap of 4 to Ruby's Mission, who's at the tail of the field. Bams, Bliss, Kiss on top by a half length. Eddie Marie applying the pressure second. Happy Smile towards the inside in third. Stunning Sugar mid-pack in fourth. Red Wine and Whiskey 3 wide fifth, now up into fourth. Then 6 lengths to the trailer, Ruby's Mission, as they wind their way to the quarter pole. It's Bams, Bliss, Kiss, and Eddie Marie continuing to square off on the front end. Happy Smile tries to make it a line of 3 for home, and then it's Red Wine and Whiskey who's up the inside in fourth, 3 lengths off the lead. 1 furlong to go. Bams, Bliss, Kiss, Eddie Marie, Red Wine and Whiskey 2.5 lengths off the lead, up into third. A struggle between Bams, Bliss, Kiss, and Eddie Marie. Bams, Bliss, Kiss would not be denied. Eddie Marie second. Red Wine and Whiskey double $29.92. Exacta $21.92. Trifecta $13.08. They're all in the gates, and they're off. A little bit of a hop at the start for Prince of Dance, who's last. It's Jake's Orchard barreling out for the lead. Sanzio's up the inside. Prince of Dance has nowhere to go, and then kind of forced Not For Nothing to go out a path or 2 where he didn't want to be. And then a space of 3 lengths to the trailers. They are Yuhita Moneymaker to the outside of I'm Solo and In Love, who's hard-ridden to keep position and is out of last. And I'm Solo and In Love's about 5.5 lengths off the lead. All the meanwhile, it's Jake's Orchard who's emerged with the lead by a half length. Prince of Dance outside second. Sanzio's tucked in along the inside. Nut for Nuttin's right outside of him. And then it's I'm Solo and In Love, who was hard ridden for the last furlong and a half, is now much closer to the pace, 2.5 off the lead in fifth, and then about 4 lengths to the trailer, Yohida Money Maker. 5 of the 6 within 2.5 of each other as they make the entry into the far turn. Jake's Orchard, Prince of Dance first and second. Sanzio's up the inside, followed up by I'm Solo and In Love in the 4-path. It's Not For Nuttin behind rivals in fifth, and 5 lengths back to Yohida Money Maker, who's at the back of the pack as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Jake's Orchard, Prince of Dance, now Not For Nuttin's the one who demands that racing room. Sanzio's up the inside, 3/16 to go. Jake's Orchard with the lead. Not For Nuttin now tackles on the outside. I'm Solo In Love is on the stand side in third, 16th to go. Jake's Orchard, Not For Nuttin, and I'm Solo and In Love. They come down to the winning line. Jake's Orchard, Not For Nuttin, Not For Nuttin. Got a great bob there. It's a photo though. Witches or jockey changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and late pick 5 wagering. Post time race 5. They're all on the gate. And they're off. John the Baptist from an inside post streaks out for the front. Vaunted's on the outside. Dracula 3 wide. Mama's Mini into the 4-path as they get ready to take on that first turn. And then in fifth, that is Unaudited. Swift Magic runs along in 6th. Then a couple more lengths back to Rev Parker in 7th to the inside of Fast Amendment. And a margin of 3 lengths to I Love Kara, who's in the 9th and trailing position and about 13 lengths off the lead. As they transition to the backstretch, we got 4 horses pressing the pace. John the Baptist and Vaunted are first and second. Dracula now 3 wide, challenging for the top spot. Mama's Mini still wide in 4th, now backs off the pace. 3 lengths to Swift Magic, who's mid-pack in 5th. 2 lengths to Unaudited in 6th, and a space of 4 to Fast Amendment is 2 lengths in front of Rev Parker, and a space of 5 to I Love Kara, who trails a half in 48 and 2/5 as they make the entry into the far turn. John the Baptist and Vaunted first and second. The gray Dracula's on the outside in third. Swift Magic towards the rail. Mama's Mini will take the overland route. 3.5, 4 lengths off the lead and under pressure. And then it's Fast Amendment from far back. Unaudited trying to pick his way through traffic and about 8.5 lengths off the lead. All the meanwhile, John the Baptist has opened up by 6. Swift Magic, green cap, outside to Fast Amendment on the stand side. And then it's Dracula, who is now relegated back to 4th. 1 furlong to go. John the Baptist on top by 7 lengths over Fast Amendment, who is going to be second best to John the Baptist. John the Baptist lights up the tote board at 13-1. Fast Amendment second, Swift Magic third, and then fourth, Mama's Midi. 5 of 5, $5,221 and a meaningless 8 cents. They're all on the gates. And they're off. Kegs, Sutton Breeze, and Morning Cup. These 3 peel out for the front. It's Morning Cup on the outside getting that lead. Sutton Breeze is to the inside of Kegs. Kegs right now in second. Sutton Breeze in third. A space of about 6 lengths to Mad Magic in 4th, and a margin of 3 to Double Shot, who's in the 5th in trailing position. Half mile to go, and it is Morning Cup with the lead over Kegs. Sutton Breeze shuffled a tiny bit in third, now 2.5, 3 lengths off the lead. A space of about 9 lengths to Mad Magic is 3 parts of a length in front of Double Shot. First quarter, 23 seconds flat, as they have about a quarter of a mile left to travel. Kegs, white blinkers to the inside of Morning Cup. Sutton Breeze takes another crack at the leaders on the 3 wide side, and we got 3 across the track, and they are in upper stretch. It's Sutton Breeze, 3 wide, Kegs at the fence. Morning Cup's the one who drops back in third. They run to the 16th pole. Kegs has a lead by a length and a half over Sutton Breeze. They come down to the winning line. It's Kegs. Extend the winning streak to 4 for Kegs. Sutton Breeze second. Mad Magic rallies for $111.70. Exacta $34.10. Trifecta $36.21. Super $11.54. Pick 3 $500. And they're off. Not the best start in the world for Scoot Daddy, who's last. It's Play, who's edging out for the front end, looms boldly, displaying sharp early speed and gets that lead from Play. Third place is Coin Jar, length and a half to Morvino to the outside of Prince of Truth. Then 2 lengths to Scoot Daddy in second last, and a margin of 5 to Pompous Prince, who's at the tail of the field. Looms boldly, goes for the opening quarter in 22 seconds flat. It's Play, who stalks on the outside in second. Morvino emerges in third. Scoot Daddy far outside in fourth. Coin Jar losing position in fifth and a half length back to Prince of Truth, and a margin of 6 to Pompous Prince, who trails the field. Looms boldly, taken on by Play. Scoot Daddy in the orange blinkers on the outside. Morvino behind horses. Prince of Truth hooked out to the far outside for the stretch drive. And we got a new leader in its Play. Play tackled by Scoot Daddy on the outside. Looms boldly, fully extended towards the inside in third. They run to the 16th pole. A showdown between Play and Scoot Daddy. Neither one giving an inch. Play, Scoot Daddy. Here's the winning line. Oh, that's close. A head bobber between a dash. We had Sergeant E4 Mark Zufeld. They're all on the gates, and they're off. Hey, hey, Harry sending out for the lead. A runaway joke to Coney Road are second and third. Scotiatori emerges in fourth. Crypto Causeway outside of him in fifth, and about 2 or 3 lengths to the Institute, who brings up the rear. Runaway Joke has the head in front of Tacony Road. Hey, hey, Harry, 3 wide thirds. Scotiatori behind rivals fourth, 2 off the lead. Length and a half to Crypto Causeway, who's in fifth, and 2.5 lengths to the Institute, who trails. First quarter mile, 22 3/5, 3 furlongs from the winning line. Runaway Joke on top by a head over Tacony Road and the yellow blinkers in second. Hey, hey, Harry outside third. Scotiatori still needs some racing room in fourth. The Institute a ground saving fifth. Crypto Causeway stands side of the tail of the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Tacony Road, Runaway Joke's under a drive. Hey, hey, Harry cut loose on the outside. Crypto Causeway stands side. The Institute trying to split rivals a length off the lead. They run down to the 16th pole. It's Hey, hey, Harry and Tacony Road first and second. Crypto Causeway on the outside in deep stretch. Hey, hey, Harry, Tacony Road. Hey, hey, Harry got there over Tacony Road. Then it was Crypto Causeway, $261.76. Ninth and final, Finger Lakes, scratch number 4, Maze Loved Laffy. They're all in the gate, and they're off. It's Call Me Penny, Lady Banker, and Julita. These 3 go out for the early lead. Unwokes on the outside in fourth. World Bank towards the inside in fifth. Followed up by Backwater in sixth, and 2 lengths to TD McGee, who's at the back of the pack. They race the half-mile pole. Julita with a slender lead over Lady Banker, who's hounding that one on the outside second. Call Me Penny tries to probe through at the fence in third. I'll link back to Unwoke in fourth. 2 more lengths to World Bank in fifth. A space of 5 to Backwater in second last, and 2 lengths to TD McGee, who trails the field midway on the turn. Julita and Lady Banker still first and second. Call Me Penny scrapes the paint in third. Unwoke goes wide for the stretch drive in fourth. And then in fifth, that's World Bank. Backwaters in second last. TD McGee trails the field in their upper stretch. It's Julita nearest the inside on top by a length and a half. Call Me Penny comes to engage on the outside. And then it's Backwater. World Bank towards the inside. Julita is fatigued. It's Call Me Penny pressing to the outside. Backwater stand side. It's Call Me Penny. Call Me Penny defeats Backwater. $450.23. Super, $523.69. Pick 3, $448.98. Pick 4, $4,672.59. And we got a pick 5 carryover, $10,913.96. That will go into the Monday card here at Finger Lakes. Please note, first post on Monday. The final 2 Mondays of the meet will be at 12:10 p.m. Also on Monday,
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to please rise for the national anthem. Day 87 at Finger Lakes this Monday, November 17th. Track announcer Robert Geller here. A pleasure to join you and filling in for Bill Downs on this 9-race program, which has a muddy track. And we'll take a look at the changes for today's racing. Races 1 and 2, there are no changes. Race 1 is clear. Race 2 is also clear. Our first change today is in race number 3. And in race 3, scratch number 1, we call them fun coupons, is a vet scratch. There is an added work for number 2, Max Foster. That is November 14th here at Finger Lakes, 3 furlongs on a muddy track in 37.10 breezing. Also an added work for number 4, Rebel Empire, and that's on the 12th of November at Finger Lakes, a half mile on a muddy surface, 51.30 breezing. Scratch number 5, Bobby the Tank, is a steward scratch. Race 4 of the day, and number 1, Conformist, an added work, that is November the 12th, covering 3 furlongs here at Finger Lakes on a muddy surface, 36.40 breezing. Do note the scratch of number 7, Image of Quality, is a vet scratch. Race 5 and scratch number 5, Pesadilla Chanel, and that too is a vet scratch. It is the start of the late pick 5, and there's a carryover of $10,913.96. Over to race number 6, and there are changes as an added work for 4, Paint the Line, November 13th at Finger Lakes, 3 furlongs on a muddy track, 36.20 breezing from the gate. Number 7, a rider change on Colton Goes, Oscar Gomez. There are no changes. Race number 7. Race 7 is clear. Race number 8 of the day. And scratch 1, John's in Charge, a vet scratch. 2, Charlie's Express, a vet scratch. And an added work for the 9, One Vision, November 12th at Finger Lakes, 3 furlongs on a muddy track in 37.10 breezing. To the 9th and final race, and this sees a rider change on number 2, and that will be Esther's Salad. I believe that's going to be Luis Perez, so we'll get a check on that, as Raylu Gutierrez, I believe, is still on the 1, and number 2 will now be Luis Perez. 5, and that's Secret Fire, an added work, November 12th at Finger Lakes, a half mile on a muddy track in 51.30 breezing. And the 9, Widow, November 12th, Finger Lakes, 3 furlongs, a muddy track, 38.10 breezing. They are the changes as we have them, and now it is my pleasure to head across to Dave Matthijs for more about our program here today. We now have a rider change in race 2 on number 1. With dashing speed will be Stephen Frett. That is in race 2. Horse 1 with dashing speed. A rider change to Stephen Frett. And a further rider change in race number 9. Horse 1, Crystal, will now be ridden by John Berrios. That's in race 9, number 1, Crystal. The rider changes to John Berrios.
All right, welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm David Tice. I'm down in the paddock today. We did have some technical difficulties as far as doing the early pre-race show. Apologize for that. We'll be going race by race over today's car. We do have that $10,000 plus pick 5 carryover for the late pick 5. Make sure you get involved in that. That starts in race number 5. So country we got for the last couple weeks. Hopefully he has a nice stay here, and we're happy to have him for these last 6 days of the season. We should hear from Bill Downs again. Bill Downs done last couple weeks as well, but he probably back for the next season. On the numbers, now Crescendo, obviously on paper, this was included a neck around the track. He came here after running on the turf at the Belmont and Aqueduct meet. And then he ran into Cadillac Joe last time. Now, Rasuli for trying when they're that short of a price.
Here is the field for the opener, heading out to the track, and we'll come back to Raisuli. On screen is number 2, and that is All of a Suddenly, who's to be ridden by Oscar Gomez. Number 3, Valiant Warrior with Stephen Frett. 4, Crescendo's Reign in the saddle, Andre Worry. Number 5, Solo Dancing with Emmanuel de Diego. And stepping onto the track is the 6, Montauk Memoir with Jeremias Flores. And here's the 1, Raisuli, the rider Kevin Navarro. The first race coming up at the distance of 6 furlongs with exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double wagering and the mandatory payout in the early pick 5. Heading to the start. So out the saddle briefly there is Emmanuel de Diego from horse 5, Solo Dancing, as they head across to give him a leg up. On the way to the start, the first race, muddy track here today on this 9-race program. Now they are being asked to load. The first race as they come up for a start, Raisuli has gone in. And going forward is All of a Suddenly. This is the first at the distance of 6 furlongs. All the rage in the betting is Crescendo's Reign as Valiant Warrior steps in. Crescendo's Reign goes alongside to gate 5, Solo Dancing. And the last along is Montauk Memoir. Stand by for a start. The first at Finger Lakes in the gate. Off they race. And a good start, Montauk Memoir grabbing the early lead is Valiant Warrior, and coming through fast all of us suddenly on the inside. They're the top trio, and driving through the pack, Crescendo's Reign now starting to move into the top spots. And over on the inside, second last is Rezuli, and in the early stages the outside goes Solo Dancing, but showing the way it is Valiant Warrior by 2 lengths. Crescendo's Reign second, all of us suddenly on the inside in third at the half mile. A length behind them is Montauk Memoir, Solo Dancing off the tracks, next to last moving into it, and 2 lengths away last is Rezuli. Still the leader, Valiant Warrior by a length to Crescendo's Reign, niggled at to come after this leader. A length away third all of us suddenly as they hit the 5/16ths, around the outside, running on again, Montauk Memoir, deeper Solo Dancing as Crescendo's Reign's gone to the front, and on the inside Rezuli turning for home, and Crescendo's Reign takes the lead away. Crescendo's Reign in front, battling away on the outside, trying to make ground all of us suddenly, and coming through the pack is Rezuli into second spot, but Crescendo's Reign by 2 or 3 lengths to Rezuli inside the furlong. Rezuli makes a race of it here. Crescendo's Reign by a length and a half, the hot favourite in front. Crescendo's Reign holding them safely at bay, and Andre Worry goes on to win the first. Crescendo's Reign, a length and 3/4. Second home is Rezuli, and 3 1/2 to all of us suddenly third, and fourth Solo Dancing. The time for the race is 1:12:41. Unofficial result, the winner number 1, Crescendo's Reign. Second 1, Rezuli. Number 2, all of us suddenly third. And fourth was 5, Solo Dancing. Our numbers are reading 4, 1, 2, 5. Opening quarter in 22 and 2. A half 46 flat. 5/8, 58 and 4. And the final time is 1:12:41. It is official on the first race, and the prices are showing. The exact is $7.02, the 50-cent trifecta $14.97, and the 10-cent super $8.90. And into the winner's circle, Crescendo's Reign. Crescendo's Reign taking the first race. And Crescendo's Reign, ridden to victory by Andre Worry, is trained by Charlton Baker for Happy Face Racing Stable. Bred in New York by Sequel Thoroughbreds Burleson Farm, and Mackenzie Bloodstock is the official winner. No changes in race number 2 today, and exacta trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and pick 3 wages available. Race 2 coming up in 18 minutes' time. Just to check, there is a rider change in race 2. It's the 1, Wit Dashing Speed to Stephen Frett. So do note that change. Race 2, number 1, Wit Dashing Speed is Stephen Frett.
All right, horses in the paddock for race number 2. And yeah, there was some anxious moments there. Crescendo's Reign did have a little bad of a start right after the start, had to check a little bit and then get back into the race. Andre Worry doing a good job to get back into the race with Crescendo's Reign. It just proved to be much the best. Got the victory for Charlie Baker. And Andre Worry, incidentally, that was, I believe, his 95th win of the season. So he's got a chance, even with our 3-day weeks this year, to reach 100 victories. Nice comeback year for Andre Worry, who will be our leading rider in 2025. But a chance to get to 100, which is pretty notable considering we do only run 3-day weeks this year. And we have a little less than a 90-day meet. Second race, 11-9 Claimer, going a distance of 5.5 furlong. I believe Stephen Frett will make his return here. He's just got a rider change on the 1 with Dashing Speed. Good to see Stephen back. He's been out for a while with an injured wrist. Looking at this race, look at the 6, Mr. Sugar Daddy, who is right now the second choice on the board at odds of 7-2, but could be a good enough drop here to get the victory. Oscar Gomez opts to ride here over the 5 Tio, and you just got to forgive the route. I mean, and maybe that was it. That was a route race last time, and that's the only bad race that doesn't put him in the winner's circle is the last race. The only concern might be the blinkers. Was it the route or was it the blinkers? Because the blinkers don't come off, so I'm assuming it might be the route. So this will be the first time with blinkers in a sprint, and plus at a reduced level at 11-9. That might be good enough to get Mr. Sugar Daddy to the winner's circle. Like I say, he's second choice on the board right now at 7-2. Let's assume he might go off the favorite in here. The 5 Tio dropped to 11 last time. Ran pretty decently as 2:30 a.m. got away in the front. Actually, 2:30 a.m. Came back to win an allowance race off of the claim the other day, taking advantage of a speed favor in racetrack and being the only speed. But it is notable that he was claimed and then came back to win an allowance race. That looks good on for Tio, who ran second to him that day. So he's a strong player in here, and right now he is the public choice at even money. Throw in the other Paul Barrow trainee, the 4, Connect the Brox, for third, because he is the underneath type. He doesn't have a great record to be in the 2 lifetime. He's a 1 for 29, a lot of chances, and the victory was not at this distance. I think it was 3/4. He's been in this condition for a while, and he stays at this level. Seems to be regressing a little bit the last couple starts, but I don't mind him on an off track. I know the off track records can be misleading or deceiving because he's 0 for 7, not in the top 2, but keep in mind, he's 1 for 29 in his career. He keeps his form on an off track, and it's just a matter of the trip for him. He's kind of a sit back, make one run type horse. There isn't a lot of speed in here. It does seem like the speed could come from Tio, or one of these inside horses could be out there at 5.5, and look for him to be making a late run in this race. There is a questionable pace for a horse that does come from out of it. I mean, you look at the pace scenario in this race. It looks like the pace probably comes from the 2 favorites. Tio has shown some speed in the past and has lost the speed the last couple starts, but he could be more aggressive here. And Mr. Sugar Daddy showed speed early in his career as a 2-year-old. He's been kind of sitting off. He's cutting back in distance, but he could be close up with Tio as well. So that's where the pace scenario comes from. Probably the 5 gets the lead in this race, but I don't think the 6 will be that far behind him. And those are probably the 2 main contenders in race number 2. Exacta Super Daily Double in the pick 3 starts with this race. Good luck.
call to post race 2, and they'll go 5 1/2 furlongs. Here's the field for the 3-year-olds at up. Number 1, Wit Dashing Speed, is to be ridden by Stephen Frett. 2, Renew the Blue, with rider Christian Navarro. 3 is David's Tuition, and the rider is He-Man Haki. 4, Connect the Brox, with Jeremias Flores. Jose Baez aboard number 5, Tiote. And 2, number 6, Mr. Sugar Daddy, with rider Oscar Gomez. Race 2 coming up shortly at 5 1/2 furlongs. Now they have reached the starting gate. They're about to go forward for the second race. Taken in hand first is Connect the Brox for Jeremias Flores, gate 4, the first to go in. At the 5 1/2 furlongs, Wit Dashing Speed called up. Into gate 2 is Renew the Blue. Now the turn of David's Tuition. And the most popular 2 in the betting are the last 2 to load. It is Tiote to the outside gates with Mr. Sugar Daddy, and they'll be on their way. Mr. Sugar Daddy, the one back, goes forward for Oscar Gomez. Stand by for a start. All in Off they race, a great start. Mr. Sugar Daddy narrowly in front as they break. Coming for the lead is Tiote. And over on the inside, Wit dashing speed, showing speed. They're the top trio. A length away came David's Tuition Connect the Brox, and on the inside is Renew the Blue. Narrowly in front, Tiote being pushed for the lead here by Mr. Sugar Daddy. They've come away. A half mile to run by 2 lengths to Wit dashing speed, David's Tuition, and off the track Connect the Brox is making ground. And a length away last is Renew the Blue. Well out in front, and a duel going on here between Tiote on the inside and Mr. Sugar Daddy. And there's little between them. They're 5 in front. Connect the Brox on the outside. With dashing speed the rail. Then came Renew the Blue, and last David's Tuition. As they go inside the final quarter, little giving an inch here, neither one of them. On the inside, Tiote. On the outer, Mr. Sugar Daddy. 3 lengths away, Connect the Brox down the outside, running on with dashing speed the rail. They're tired in front. Tiote on the inside of Mr. Sugar Daddy and trying to run for the back. Renew the Blue right down the extreme outside, finishing pretty well, but a neck-and-neck struggle. Mr. Sugar Daddy and Tiote still neither wants to surrender. And as they hit the wire, Tiote on the inside just prevails. Tiote from Mr. Sugar Daddy. 3 away, Renew the Blue, and then Connect the Brox. And the time is 1:6:16. It is a photo for the win, and the opening quarter was 22 and 3, a half a mile, 46 and 3, 3/4 up in 59, and well, make that 5/8 in 59 and 2, and the time for the race is 1:6:16. The winner is number 5, Tiote, over 6, Mr. Sugar Daddy, 2, Renew the Blue, and 4th was 4, Connect the Brox. 5:6:24, the unofficial result on race 2. Race 2 has gone official. The return for the super showing up for a 10-cent super there as $1.67. The double $7.70, and the first 2 winners 4 into 5. And that exacta for $2, $10.80, and the 50-cent trifecta numbers. A return of $5.49. It is Tiote, the winner by Authentic, and the dam, a Pulpit Dam, Cabales. Congrats going out to the winning team, and it is Dana Sol and Eaton and Thorne Incorporated bred the winner in New York with Winning Rider. Congrats going out to our second race winning rider Jose Baez, and to Dana Sol and Steven Speranza as the winning owners, and there are the prices officially on the second race of the day. And that exacted $10.84. Today's third race on the program does see 2 scratches. Take out numbers 1, we call them Fun Coupons, is a vet scratch. And number 5, Bobby the Tank, is a steward scratch. Take out the 1 and the 5, and we do have an added work for the 2, Max Foster. November 14 here at Finger Lakes, covered 3 furlongs on a muddy track in 37.10 breezing. 4, Rebel Empire on November 12th, covered a half mile at Finger Lakes on a muddy track in 51.30 breezing. They're the update changes for the added works. We're 17 minutes away. Race 3 on the program. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and pick 4 wagering.
All right, we're getting ready for race number 3. No big surprise in the second. The two favorites run 1, 2, whichever order you had them. That one was won by Jose Baez for trainer Dana Saul. Okay, third race. They're just now getting into the paddock for this one. It is an 11-9 clear. We do scratch the 1. We call them fun coupons, and scratch the 5. Bobby the Tank. We're left with 5 betting interests for the third. We still have a pick 4 beginning with this race. We also have Exact to Try and Super offered in here. Okay, the new face is the 3. My Man Matty. My Man Matty has shown good early speed. Now, we know Max Foster possesses some speed. When they try to send that horse, he seems to run better. So I would expect that one being inside will also show speed. But it does seem like My Man Matty overall is probably the quicker horse early. He's running at Saratoga. He ran a 21 and change first quarter. He's running 22 at Aqueduct, and that's quick. That's a quick early quarter for that racetrack. He was a beaten favorite, but then came back and won last time in a time of 1:10. Let's face it, that's good enough to beat these 11 and 9s on this drop in class, and that's why he's getting bet at 4 to 5. So if he takes to his surroundings, it's going to be awfully tough in here. The 7 is Doc Advantage. I like him second because that's where Doc Advantage finishes. He's got 12 seconds in his 30 starts, and he was way over bet last time. It was a 2-horse race, probably the easiest exacta of the year. When you looked at on paper, the Institute was a big drop down, was much the best, obviously, and Doc Advantage, who likes to finish second, was better than the rest of them. You know, Rebel Empire did have kind of a rough trip in behind, so he did win the race for second, but Rebel Empire ran very well too. And that one was coming up in class, technically, after running against 5s and then the starter. But Doc Advantage does what Doc Advantage does. He runs well against his competition, runs a lot of seconds, and should run well here. And he doesn't mind an off track. He keeps his form on an off track. Actually, 2 of his wins have been performed on an off track. Overall, his percentage is better when he runs on the off. 2 wins and 6 starts at 33%, obviously. Rebel Empire, yeah, I thought he ran well last time going against those horses. When you're going up against the Institute, and he did have a troubled trip. He was forced to check a little bit during that race, and he still ran third. And that was going 6 furlongs a little bit further. Shortens up to 5.5. Question's going to be how he handles the off track, but he does look to be a top 3 threat against these. But the big question is how this new face runs in race number 3. Exact to Try Super Daily Double and Pick 4 starts it here against scratch the 1 and the 5.
Please take note there'll be a rider change coming up in this third race. Oscar Gomez is off of his mount here, number 6, Flowing River. So awaiting a rider change, race 3, number 6, Flowing River, a rider change to come. Taking the ride here on the 6 Flowing River is Emmanuel Di Diego. He will take the reins on the 6 Flowing River. Again, Oscar Gomez off, and the rider change, race 3 coming up, number 6 Flowing River, Emmanuel Di Diego. is the call to post for race number 3, and horse 1 here, we call him Fun Coupons, is a scratch. And so leading the post parade is number 2, Max Foster with Kevin Navarro. My Man Matty, number 3 for Relu Gutierrez. 4, Rebel Empire in the saddle, Andre Worry. 5 is a scratch, Bobby the Tank. Number 6, Flowing River, and the rider is Emmanuel Di Diego. And 7 is Dock Advantage with Jeremias Flores. They're headed to the start, race 3. Now this field is behind the starting gate, and this is the start of the pick 4, our third race on today's program. They're about to load. First to be taken in hand is Dock Advantage, who draws the outside gate. Side on at the moment, Dock Advantage. The race favorite is My Man Matty, but good support here for Dock Advantage. Going in, Max Foster. Rebel Empire handed across. Just waiting is My Man Matty. Moves up. And there are 2 back. Rebel Empire. And the last is Flowing River. This field is set to run. And they're off. And best into stride, Rebel Empire won the start. A line of them right behind. And coming through is My Man Matty fiercely for that lead. My Man Matty just in front. And wide on the track going forward, both Flowing River and now dropping to last, Dock Advantage with up the inside. Pushing into position early, Max Foster's now back to last, but racing away, My Man Matty. From Flowing River, Dock Advantage, Rebel Empire got back to second last, and the trailer is Max Foster. They are out in front at a good pace here. 21 and 3 was the first fraction. My Man Matty by a length to Dog Advantage. Reaching Deep is coming up on the outside and battling away is Flowing River as they come inside the 5/16ths. They're clear. And then Rebel Empire and Max Foster turning in front. My Man Matty, the whip is out on Dog Advantage from Flowing River. Max Foster to the inside and out wider Rebel Empire. Dog Advantage ran right on by My Man Matty, and right down the outside finishing on is Rebel Empire. Out in front, Dog Advantage. Flowing River, the stablemate pitching in, and out wider Rebel Empire. Inside the final 16th, and Dog Advantage with the advantage, and Dog Advantage too good for them. Dog Advantage by 2 or 3 lengths. Second home, Flowing River, and third, Rebel Empire, followed by Max Foster. The race time is 1:06:16. The unofficial winner is number 7, Dog Advantage, over 6, Flowing River, for Rebel Empire, and number 2, Max Foster, 7, 6, 4, 2, the top 4, and the opening quarter was 21 and 3. They ran the half mile, 45 and 4, and 5/8, 59 flat. The race time is 1:06:16 on race 3. Into the winner's circle, it is Dog Advantage. Success here for owner, trainer, and breeder of the winner, Paul Barrow, who also had the exacta to first and second place finishes there in the field. And Jeremiah Flores is the winning rider of Dog Advantage, who is a bay gelding, the 7-year-old by Girolamo from AB Advantage. And the New York bred, too good for them, has paid for the win $3.96, the double $15.86, that exacta $14.58. The trifecta $7.80 for 50 cents, and the super $2.77, the 10-cent super on race 3. Coming up in race 4, 18 minutes away, scratch number 7, Image of Quality, is a vet scratch. And do note the added work for number 1, Conformist, November 12th, 3 furlongs, here at Finger Lakes, a muddy track, 36.40. Calling for trainer Lisa Reed to please contact the Clerk of Scales. Lisa Reed to please contact Clerk of Scales. Now here are some additional changes for today's program with the rider replacements for Oscar Gomez. Turning to race number 5, and the rider of 6, Cue the Music, is going to be Raylu Gutierrez. That's in race 5, number 6, Cue the Music, Raylu Gutierrez. A rider change in race 6, number 7, Colton Goes, to Stephen Frett. That's in race 6, number 7, Colton Goes, Stephen Frett. The 7th race, number 9, Miss C. Banker, the rider Raylu Gutierrez. Race 7, the 9, Miss C. Banker to Raylu Gutierrez. And awaiting a rider change in the 9th and final for number 8, I'm Pretty Good. They're the changes so far.
I got about 8 minutes to post for race number 4. And opened that race up as the favorite did stop pretty badly in there. Doc Advantage breaks through and gets the win under Jeremiah Flores for Paul Barrow. We go to the 4th, and this race we do start at pick 3, Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered. It's a 5,000 claiming race going a distance of 5.5 furlongs. Non-winners of a race since the date, or never won 4 races. Now looking to the outside, the 8 Saratoga Banker getting some play as the outside speed. Probably not going to be that easy to get the lead in here with the presence of Conformist from the rail. But if this one does clear early, he's going to be awfully tough. He's quick, and he beat up on a really easy field, a $4,000 beaten field last time, drawing away to the victory. But he did it in quick fractions and did come home in a quick time. He's a better horse when he can get out there and not get pressed. So the key to the race is, can he clear from that outside position? Well, it all depends on Conformist does, because Conformist, sometimes the tactics are bad with Conformist, but he's a horse that's really only good when he's on the front line or gets the lead. Well, from the rail, you think that he's going to be aggressive in this spot. Brewing would be the main threat, and that's the one I took for the minor upset because I figured Saratoga Banker to be the favorite in here. Brewing dropped and popped. He won for 11-9, then didn't fire as well, but he won a race where he had to run down the speed of Scales of Gold. Now that's significant because Scales of Gold was kind of the main speed of the race, and Scales of Gold was a tough horse in that condition because he had been facing better. And the other part of it was a 12-horse field that he had to make his way through to chase down that other speed. Now, a shorter 5.5, that might make it a little tougher task to catch Saratoga Banker, and that might be the advantage Saratoga Banker has over Brewing, is the distance, because he's got to catch him. But it all depends on if Saratoga Banker can get out there and get clear of Conformist. I don't think that's going to be that easy. So I did lean towards Brewing a little more than Saratoga Banker, but I could go either way with these two. And the thing is, Saratoga Banker, you're probably going to get a shorter price. Pascal Moon, probably more of the underneath horse here. He was running mostly routes. I mean, he's been routes and sprints. He just doesn't win a lot, and he was running in that one state break condition for a while and just kind of running evenly. He tried to sprint against press scale competition. He actually ran better on the other surface and then stretched out again last time and just didn't fire at all. So he drops again. You got to forgive the last effort either way, but if he runs his race, he's got to be around, you would think, for 5,000 running at this bottom level. He hasn't seen this level, so it's one of those horses that's kind of a tricky read in here off of the poor effort last time. Mention Conformist got a good work since there was an unpublished work that we just mentioned, and he shortens up to 5.5. He's dangerous if he gets the jump on Saratoga Banker. He absolutely loves this distance when he can get the lead. He's got 5 wins and 9 starts at the distance and doesn't mind moisture in the track as well. I mean, he's a former stakes horse we're talking about running against these. So if he's on his game, he can be quick, but he's one horse that if he lets Saratoga Banker clear and he gets dirt in his face from the inside, he's not going to win. So I would think if he could get out from the rail and get the jump on that other one, he's dangerous as well. But they both compromise each other in that sense. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 4. Again, we scratch a 7, Image Equality.
It is the call to post for race number 4 as they head onto the track. And here is the field. Number 1 is Conformist with J.M. Rohina. 2, Hair on Fire. That is the ride for Jeremias Flores. 2, number 3. We'll come back to that as we take a look now at the 4, Don Antonio. And the rider is Luis Perez. 5, Invaluable Will with Stephen Frett. Number 6, Brewing and the rider Raylu Gutierrez. 7 is a scratch, and number 8, Saratoga Banker with Joel Cruz. And there's the 3, Pascal Moon, and the rider Jose Baez. This field headed to the start, the upcoming 4th race, 5 1/2 furlongs for the 3-year-olds and up, and there's exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and pick 3 wagering. Race 4. Now the field for the upcoming 4th race is about to load. This race sees conformist with the rail. And is the first to move up. Being called in for the start is conformist. To gate number 2 is Hair on Fire. Current favourite for the race is Saratoga Banker, and good support for Brewing. Both last start winners as they move in. Pascal Moon has gone up. Don Antonio, the chestnut, to gate 4. And coming along is Invaluable Will. Gate number 6, Brewing. For Raylu Gutierrez, the outside gate here is Saratoga Banker. The start coming up. All in. Off they race. And back to last early was Pascal Moon, and conformist and Saratoga Banker came lunging clear of the opposition. And on the outside, Saratoga Banker quickens to go out in front. A length to Conformist. 4 lengths away came Brewing from Hair on Fire. A break to Invaluable Will, Pascal Moon. At last early is Don Antonio. Showing a lot of early pace, Saratoga Banker, and gets across to the rail to lead by a length and a half to Conformist. Brewing moving up on the outside. They've come clear of Hair on Fire. And then Invaluable Will, a break of 4 lengths to Pascal Moon, and Don Antonio is last. The pace has been solid. 22 and 2 is the first quarter, and showing the way is still Saratoga Banker by a length and a half to Brewing. About 3 away, Conformist. Hair on Fire, the inside, trying to run home. And from the back, Invaluable Will and Pascal Moon, top of the stretch. Saratoga Banker being chased home by Brewing, and battling away Conformist. Hair on Fire, the inside. Chipping away here, Brewing coming. Brewing up on the outside. It is Saratoga Banker, joined by Brewing, who's coming home well. Brewing on the outside with a little bit more punch, and Brewing will come away to win. Brewing about a half a length to Saratoga Banker. Closing on them late was Pascal Moon in third, and Don Antonio fourth, and the race time is 1:5:66. First quarter there, 22 and 2. We'll go back to the times, but the unofficial result is 6. Brewing is first. Second is 8. Saratoga Banker. And third, number 3, Pascal Moon. Fourth, 4, Don Antonio. The numbers are 6, 8, 3, 4 on the fourth. The opening quarter was 22 and 2. The half mile, 46 and 1. 5/8 up in 59 flat. The time for the race is 1:5:66. Unofficial result on the fourth. The result is now official, and the price is showing $8.82 for the winner, number 6, Brewing. The double has paid $19.48, the $2 exacta $19.44, the 10-cent super $12.38, and the 50-cent pick 3 $13.80, and the trifecta $14.12. The 50-cent try. The winner, Brewing, once again a back-to-back success for this chestnut 4-year-old gelding by Tapiture from Just Cat, bred by Davy Bloodstock LLC and Paradise Farms Incorporated in New York. It's Jeremiah Engelhardt as the winning trainer for Aaron Racing Stables, with winning rider Raylu Gutierrez. Looking ahead to race 5, there are now 2 changes to the race. First up, number 5, Pesadilla Chanel is a vet scratch. That's race 5, number 5. And a rider change on number 6, Cue the Music, will now be Raylu Gutierrez. Race 5 has the carryover today in the late pick 5 of $10,913.96. Race 5 coming up next.
All right, coming up on race number 5. Looking back at the fourth, Brewing able to chase down Saratoga Banker. That first quarter, trying to get the front from conformance, maybe took enough out of Saratoga Banker. The Brewing could chase that rival down, but Brewing's sharp right now. That's 3 wins in the last 4 starts for Brewing. Ray Lou aboard. He gets another win. That one for Jeremiah Engelhart. Okay, 5th race. We are going to start the pick 5. We have a little bit of money to go in that pool. We have one of a rare carryover. At least it's not a huge one, but it's almost 11,000 into the pool, which could make a difference, especially considering it's a good wager anyway. Just looking at it, the pick 5 starts here. It's a 50-cent minimum wager, and there's over $10,000 in the carryover pool. Okay, let's look at it. It's a 5,000 claimer going 5.5 furlongs. It did take a little bit of a price in here to start it off, as Honey in the Bank thought might be a little overlooked in here. We look at the last race and did have a troubled trip. Actually, they bet this horse down to be the favorite. The track was listed as sealed and fast, but there was some moisture in that racetrack. You could almost call it good. And it's just a question of how she handled it. I don't know how she's going to handle today. She hasn't been great with moisture in the track in the past, but her race 2 back against Hypnotic Flare might be good enough. I mean, Hypnotic Flare was a drop down that won that race, kept going. She didn't have a great trip that day either, and Hypnotic Flare came back to win. So a clean trip for Honey in the Bank puts her close. It's just a matter of how she handles moisture in the racetrack, and that's pretty big here, but she might be worth a look at a price. The 9-horse Global Charmer, yeah, she's the one to beat, and she's at 7-5 right now. She's coming off a maiden victory where she was put up by DQ, but the number wasn't anything special. That's the thing. It was the buyer number for that 25,000 maiden win. The 42 wasn't anything special, but the fact that she won in only her second start in New York against arguably tougher at the 25 is worth noting. But she's been off since February, so there are some question marks about this big favorite. But I guess class-wise, off of that maiden victory, she would be better than these, and that's why she's going to get some play. The 1 horse is Going for Glory. She's another one that gets some class reduction. She was running against the 17.5s. You got to kind of like this drop a little bit more. I mean, she broke her maiden for 30, same type of race as Global Charmer. She's had 2 starts against winners since, and she wasn't that competitive, so she drops here, moving here, and running for 5. And this is a big difference to what she's running against, and the class relief should certainly help her chances. And then you got the 6-horse Cue the Music. She'll be tough if she can make the lead, but she was in a paceless field last time, and she had to work to get the lead and got caught by a big drop down playing with dolls. Now, no shame there, but playing with dolls did have some early trouble where she had to check early in the race. It still ran her down. So the key to the race for Cue the Music is if she can actually make the front in here. I think Ray Lou's aboard this one now, and there does seem to be some other possibility of some speed, including Honey in the Bank, who would be smart. I think would be smart if this horse was more aggressive early to get out there with Cue the Music, because Cue the Music really isn't that fast, but she does have some natural speed. So we'll see how the complexion of this race turns out, but that would really factor for Cue the Music, because she's not a horse that's going to make up a lot of ground against these rivals. So the pick 5 starts with this race, a very questionable race, and I thought it was a pretty good sequence for the pick 5 starting in race number 5. You got 6 minutes to post. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double also offered, along with that pick 5 with the $10,000 plus carryover.
call to post race 5. Fillies and mares headed out now, 3 and up. They go 5 and 1/2 furlongs. The scratch here is the 5, Pesadilla Chanel. As we take a look at the field, starting with the 2 on screen, and that is Artemis Girl. And is to be ridden here by Christian Navarro. Number 3, Moontown for Capacoa. Honey in the Bank, number 4 with John Berrios. 5 is a scratch. Number 6, Cue the Music for Raylu Gutierrez. Stephen Fred aboard number 7, Gonna Be Surprised. Horse 8 is Toku for Nazario Alvarado. And 9, Global Charmer with Emmanuel De Diego. And horse 1 on screen, Going for Glory, the rider Carlos Camilo. Heading to the start, race 5. Now the field is about to load for race 5. Being called forward is Going for Gloria, A start coming up at the 5 1/2 furlongs with the field of 8. And going in is Artemis Girl to gate number 2, followed in by Moontown. Little in the betting between Global Charmer going for Glory and currently Cue the Music at 2 to 1. Honey in the Bank steps forward. And now the turn of Cue the Music for Raylu Gutierrez. The next along is going to be Surprised, gate number 7. Deeper out comes Toku. Walks up. And to the outside gate is Global Charmer, and they'll be on their way. Fillies and mares in the gate. Off they race, a tad slow on the inside, going for Glory. Best away is Moontown. Cue the Music, pushing hard for the lead. On the outside, Global Charmer began very smartly. A length behind them, Honey in the Bank. And on the outer is Gonna Be Surprised, and they got away from the others. About 3 lengths away is Going for Glory. Very wide on the track is Toku. And last of all is Artemis Girl. Racing with the lead, Cue the Music took over and got out to lead by a length and a half. Now 2 to Global Charmer. Sweeping home is Honey in the Bank. Gonna Be Surprised moving up on the outside, and back to 5th is Moontown as the leaders got away. Cue the Music. Well behind them, Toku starting to wind up. Next to last, Going for Glory, and last Artemis Girl heading past the quarter. All alone, Cue the Music by 5 lengths. Running up the inside to second is Moontown. Down the centre, Honey in the Bank. At the top of the stretch, and Cue the Music by 3.5. And trying to run home for the back is Toku, but out in front remains Entire. Cue the Music by 2.5 lengths. Moontown up the inside, battling away Honey in the Bank. Artemis Girl making ground. Here's Moontown finishing up the rail. Moontown coming up to take over late. And Moontown comes away to win. A length and a half. Second, Cue the Music from Honey in the Bank. Going for Glory on the inside. And then Artemis Girl in 5th. 1-7-12. The winner is number 3, Moontown. Second is 6, Cue the Music, a photo for show. 3-6 and a show photo. The opening quarter was 22-1. They ran the half mile in 46-2 and 5/8, 1 minute. And the time is 1-7-12. Third place to number 4, Honey in the Bank. And number 1, Going for Glory, has run 4th. So the top 4, 3, 6, 4, 1, the unofficial result. Into the winner's circle, it is Moontown. Moontown going on to victory here. And the winning rider is Kai Bacoa for owner-trainer Luis Gutierrez. And Moontown, New York bred by Cloyce Clark, by Echo Town from Culver Miss, going on to a second career victory here today. 3-year-old Bay filly is paid for the win, $15.60. Moontown, a nice return. The double, 6-3, $99.92. The exacta, $52.22 for $2. And the 50-cent trifecta, $42.33. 10-cent super, $30.58. And the pick 5, the early pick 5, $195.36. Next up in the 6th race, the rider change. Do note on 7, Colton Goes is now rider change to Stephen Frett. And there's an added work for number 4, Paint the Line, 13th of November. And that was here at Finger Lakes, 3 furlongs on a muddy track, 36.20 breezing from the gate. The 6th race on today's program with exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and late pick 4 wagering is next.
All right, about 8 minutes to post for race number 6. Looking back on the 5th, a little bit of an upset to start off the pick 5. It's 6-1. You had Moontown. Late runner under Caber Koa, was able to run down Cue the Music, who they kind of let go in that race. So Cue the Music, absolutely no excuse, as she was alone on the lead. But Moontown still able to roll by and get the victory. Man, sometimes the blinkers changes everything. As that one ran with blinkers on today, may have made the difference. 6th race, kind of another open race. If you got through the first leg of the pick 5, this one's not easy either. You know all the play's going to be on Callie's Dream. This horse has burnt some money the last couple starts. Last time he was beat. He ended up getting his number taken down. He crossed the wire first, but it did look like Looking Super was going to go by him anyway. But he did run a big race last time. I'll give him that. He went 45 to the half and still ran big. Probably the biggest race he's run in quite some time. But he's outside today, and you do have some other speed in here, including Courageous Ola. Courageous Ola, I liked it here at a little bit of a price. Might get overlooked in the sense that the form isn't great on this horse lately. And the off-track record might be a little misleading as well, because Courageous Ola's best lifetime buyer was performed on an off-track. Now, he's never won on it. He's hit the board 5 out of 10, but that 0 for 10 might scare people away from thinking that he doesn't like an off-track. But he does have his best number on the off-track, and he's good speed. And the thing is, he's dropping to 5,000, and that can make all the difference here. I think Courageous Ola at 5,000, especially after running third at 5.5, and he set some quick fractions that day. He's fast, and he might be able to get the jump on this field. So I got him on top. The 3-horse Irie Man, it is a question of the distance for this horse, and there's some question about the off-track as well. But at 6 furlongs last time, he overcame kind of a slow break to run an even 4th, and that was against the 11-9. So he drops back down to 5,000. He's been very competitive, and his form's been good at 5, whether he's gone short or long. But he's got kind of a running style that he doesn't have much for speed, so they got to kind of back up to him a little bit as well to give him a chance. But numbers-wise, he fits right there. He just got to get a little racing luck in this spot. Callie's Dream, yeah, what can you say? He's going to be the favorite again. He did run a big race last time. Ran third the race before. It was way over bet. That was the race that was surprising, that this horse got bet the way he did. Now, he likes an off-track. He's got 2 wins and 4 starts on the off-track. And he's got an outside post, so, at least he might get a wide trip, but at least he stays out of trouble and can get a stocky trip behind Courageous Ola, who looks to be the speed with Smile Takes Charge. So Callie's Dream, it's hard to leave him out. He's a big threat in here. It's just hard to take a short price on him when he's been bet so heavy. I don't know why they bet him as heavy as they do, but he certainly plays, and he did run a pretty big race last time. The 4 Paint the Line, he's looked good in victory last time. It was like a 3-horse photo that Diego did a good job getting this horse right up the inside to defeat 7th Race Shake. 7th Race Shake, an off-track lover, was rolling late too, but Paint the Line, keeping his form. I mean, he dropped to 5 and won, and then came back and won, and he stays at the bottom level. So since dropping to 5, this horse very competitive. It wouldn't be a huge surprise if he made it 3 in a row. Right now, he's at odds of 5-1. So that's some of the players here for race number 6. Exacta Super Daily Double, and the late pick 4 starts with this race.
Turning to race number 9 with a rider change that's come in now for number 8. I'm Pretty Good, and that will now be Stephen Frett. So race 9, horse 8. I'm Pretty Good will now be ridden by Stephen Frett. call to post race number 6 as they head onto the track. 3-year-olds and up, and they're going 5 1/2 furlongs. Heading the post parade number 1, Smile takes charge with Relu Gutierrez. Here's a look at number 3, Irie Man for Alex Marie Cintron. And 4 is Paint the Line with Emmanuel Di Diego. Number 5, Courageous Ola, and on board is Nazario Alvarado. 6, Gimme the Money with Joel Cruz. Number 7, Colton Goes, and that will be Stephen Frett. Number 8 is Carly's Dream for J.M. Rohina. And there is the 2, Rockable with Jose Ventura, on the way to the start for the 6th. Moving up for a start there. Being asked to load, Smile takes charge as the first to go in. This race is the 6th on today's program, and they're going 5 1/2 furlongs once again. Into gate 2 is Rockable. Irie Man is handed across. Paint the Line looking to keep a streak of wins alive to gate 4. And Courageous Ola to gate 5. Next along is Give Me the Money. Colton Goes, moves in. And the last is Carly's Dream to the outside gate. Stand by for a start. This field is all in. Off they race, and an even break. And Give Me the Money away well. Courageous Ola soon after, grabbing that advantage to burst away. And back last in the early stages is Irie Man, but out in front, Courageous Ola from Smile Takes Charge. Give Me the Money. On the outside is Carly's Dream. Behind that main group of 4 is Paint the Line, and then a break of 3 lengths to Colton Goes. Second last early on is Irie Man, and last of all is Rockable. Racing into the turn and narrowly in front, Courageous Ola, being tagged by Smile Takes Charge. A length and a half to Carly's Dream. They've come away. Give Me the Money is back 4th, and Carly's Dream coming fast on the outside of the 5/16 to go up and test these leaders. Courageous Ola, Smile Takes Charge, and on the outside, Carly's Dream by 4 or 5 lengths as they corner for home and try to run home from the back. Irie Man up the inside, but down the home stretch and battling on is Courageous Ola to be a length in front of Smile Takes Charge, Carly's Dream, and down the outside, Rockable from a long way back, and Colton Goes. Out in front though, Courageous Ola. Right down the outside, Rockable is charging home. Rockable flying home down the outside. Too late though, and Courageous Ola going on to win by a length to Rockable. Paint the Line got up to run 3rd, and Give Me the Money was 4th. The time 1:06:47. Time for the race is 1:06:47. Four is 3rd, Paint the Line, and 6, Give Me the Money was 4th. The numbers are 5, 2, 4, 6. Now entering the winner's circle is Courageous Ola. That is win number 5 for this 6-year-old bay gelding, who's by Courageous Cat from Sister Gladiola. And success here for winning rider Nazario Alvarado, trainer Linda Dixon, and the ownership of Linda Dixon and Hector Alejandro. Bred by Barry Ostringer in New York, Courageous Ola is the unofficial winner. Return here is the price for Courageous Ola, paying number 5, $8.08. That double, the $2 double, $74.78. $2 exacta, $633.88. That runner up, Rockable, paying to place $67.86 and $30.56 to show. The trifecta numbers returning $828.70. That's for 50 cents, and the 10-cent super, $1,287.55. In the pick 3, the 50-cent payout is $76.18, and all 4 needed in the pick 4 and that is $232.57 for 50 cents. They're the official prices on the 6th race. Looking ahead now to the 7th on the program with what is a rider change on number 9, Miss C Banker. The rider is now Ray Lu Gutierrez, and race 7 offers exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and pick 3 wagering. We're 16 minutes away from the 7th.
All right, seventh race on the card, and Courageous Ola, as the speed of the race and the drop in class, was able to carry that speed and get the victory. How about Rockable, though? Rockable, the horse that was second for Louis Gutierrez, who won the first leg of the pick five. Rockable was absolutely flying. That horse was wide the whole way. What a race for Jose Ventura aboard to blow up your exactas and tries. That one was probably the surprise of the race, but he also got, I thought, a pretty decent price for Courageous Ola. If it wasn't for everybody jumping on Callie's Dream the last three starts, Courageous Ola probably should have been the favorite in there, but that horse went off at odds of 3 to 1, so that kind of helps the price of this pick five as well. If you're alive, you're probably getting pretty excited about it because you got a couple decent price winners to start it off, and we had some decent pool today as well, over 100,000. Seventh race, the never won 2 condition, going 5.5 furlongs. And speaking of Louis Gutierrez, I mean, his horses run pretty good the first 2 legs of this pick. He won the first leg, just ran the second with a 99 to 1 shot in the last one. Teresa is off a layoff since July, making her first Finger Lakes start. She's got nice works over the track, including a good work in the mud, and she's dropping in class. Obviously, she's got a little bit of a class edge on these other 5,000 claimers. She broke her maiden at Monmouth over a good racetrack before losing by a few lengths first start against winners. So reduced level, she's got the weight off, and she's got the inside. And she is getting some early play at odds of 9 to 5. Logical horse. Layoff's a little bit of a concern. The 8 Sugar Ride hasn't really run a bad race since arriving here. She broke her maiden her first local start, and then has run 2 seconds. Maybe tactics got her beat last time because she broke to the front. It was a small field of 5 horses, and it was phone call from heaven who ended up taking over the lead as she backed off of that rival, and with no other speed in the race, they just kind of ran 1-2 around the racetrack. The other horse that was supposed to be the speed, Miss C. Banker, just was broke in the air. It lost all chance at the start, so that really helped Sugar Ride in that sense, but they just kind of followed the leader that race. So she hasn't run bad, and you got to think with the right kind of trip, she could get the victory in here. And again, Missy Banker, just mentioned that one. She dropped to 5 last time, but she lost all chance at the start and actually didn't run that badly considering that happened. She shortens up here to 5.5. There's not a lot of speed in this race. Maybe the 4, Ring of the Rise, will show speed from, and she's a big price in here as well, but Missy Banker from the outside should show some good early speed. Question is how she handles the racetrack too, but shorten it up shouldn't hurt her chances either. She's got a decent record at the distance. Mention Ring of the Rise. Ring of the Rise ran good when she broke her maiden at 11. Her first start against winners, she had a little bit of trouble at the start. She could be the speed here from inside of Miss C. Banker, depending on how that one breaks too. But she could be dangerous at a big price. I think we're going to get a late scratch in here. They'll probably be announced by our announcer here, so they're looking at the horse right now. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 7.
As Dave mentioned, we do have a late scratch, race 7, and it is number 4. Ring of the Rise is officially out by order of the stewards on vet advice. A vet scratch here. Number 4, Ring of the Rise, please mark your program, is officially a late scratch. It is the call to post race 7, and the fillies and mares headed onto the track 3 and up. They go 5 1/2 furlongs, and number 1, Teresa, on screen with Alexa Marie Cintron. Number 2, Emily Reward, Kaibakoa in the saddle. Number 3 is Ali's Song for Emmanuel de Diego. The scratch here is the 4, a late one, Ring of the Rise. We go to number 5, Positively for Luis Pena. Number 6, E Complicado for Michael de Villa Jr. 7, Aram Kalyani, Jose Ventura the rider. Number 8, Sugar Ride with Heman Haki in the saddle. Number 9 is Miss C. Banker. Taking the reins is Raylu Gutierrez. The field sees the scratch of Ring of the Rise. This race coming up in a couple of minutes' time, where the favorite is the 9 at the moment, Miss C. Banker. Now they're moving up for a start. Fillies and mares competing here. Teresa has the inside gate. Teresa turning around behind the start with gate 1. As they move forward to the line, Emily Reward draws gate 2. Coming forward is Ali's Song. Positively to gate number 5. Next to join is E Complicado. Aram Kalyani to gate 7, and they're almost right with Sugar Ride, who is heading in now at 9-5 odds currently as they come to the jump. And the last along is Miss C Banker, outside gate. Moves up. They're set to run. Off they race. And a good start for Aram Kalyani, came out on top. A good start too for in the centre, Ali Song. Ali Song from Emily Reward. Sugar Ride is there, and as they settle into stride, driving up is Missy Banker, taken up there Aram Kalyani, and the rail is open for Teresa to come right through on the inside. But as they settle into stride, it is Teresa going up on the rail to push for that early lead with Ali Song. Racing up on the outside, Missy Banker, a length away, Emily Reward and Sugar Ride. One to positively, they got away from E Complicado, and now last is Aram Kalyani. Teresa stacks them up, leads the way, 5/16 to run by a length to Ali Song. Missy Banker driven up 3 wide, hugging the rail, Emily Reward finishing on. And as they come to the home stretch, Sugar Ride battling between runners, sticking on pretty well. The top of the home stretch, Teresa by a length, Emily Reward sneaking round the inside. And in the centre, Sugar Ride, and out wider, Missy Banker. Continuing on though, Teresa. And Teresa inside the final furlong by 2 lengths to Emily Reward. And battling third, Sugar Ride. And Teresa has a lot left. Never ever in doubt, and down to the wire. Tapped up to score well. Teresa by 4 or 5 lengths. Second, Emily Reward. Sugar Ride third, and Missy Banker was fourth. And the race time is 1:5:72. The unofficial result is 1-2-8-9. The winner number 1, Teresa. Second is 2, Emily Reward. And third, number 8, Sugar Ride. Fourth was number 9, Miss C Banker. Opening quarter, 22 and 2, a half mile, 46 and 1. 59 flat for the 5/8, and the time for the race, 1:5:72. And the first time to Finger Lakes is a winning one here for Teresa, and is now 2-time winner. This is a grey roan mare, 5 years of age, by Honourable Dylan from Tupungato, and success for Louis Gutierrez as winning trainer, and continuing with William Sinclair as the breeder of the winner, New York. And congratulations going out to winning rider, Alexa Marie Cintron with Teresa. The winning owners, Gagliano Stables. Here are the prices. It's official. $11.58 for the win. The double 5-1, 58.54 cents. That's for 5-1 consolation, 1-5-4 I should say. It's a consolation double, so 5-1 the winners. 5-4, $7.38. That exacta, $66.94, and the 50-cent trifecta, $69.04. 10-cent super has paid $37.20. Next up onto race number 8, and we do have 2 scratches. They're both vet scratches. Take out numbers 1, John's in Charge, and 2, Charlie's Express. They're both out. And this race coming up with Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and Daily Double Wagers. Race number 8 next. So a double for the barn in that previous race. We're now 17 minutes from race 8.
All right, we're coming up on race number 8. Looking back at the 7th, the drop down from the rail. Alexa Marie did a good job getting this horse up to the lead, and just too good for that field on the drop. Louis Gutierrez, another win for him, having a good day. 2 wins in a second over the last 3 races. The apprentice rider, Cintron, gets the victory. Made it look easy. All right, scratch the 1 John's in Charge and the 2 Charlie's Express out of race number 8. Look at some of the contenders. The speed looks to come from the outside. Henry's Hope. Henry's Hope coming off an easy win against much easier. So I wasn't going to put too much stock in that race because he did get the lead against a pretty soft group. But he seems to have a tactical edge on this field, which gives him another chance to come back. And Louis Gutierrez win again. I mean, he's on a roll right now. If you're behind Louis Gutierrez on this pick 5, you're doing pretty well. So he's had 2 of the 3 winners. So Henry's Hope, they got to catch him. A couple horses that might have a chance too. I mean, he does have a big tactical edge on paper. Revivalism might possibly be the best horse in here. His running style might be against him a little bit because he's going to have to go and get Henry's Hope. He is dropping in class to 5,000. He's faced much tougher, and he's been competitive at times against the tougher. A little bit at the mercy of the pace because he doesn't have much for early speed, and there is only 1 speed in here that he's got to catch. But maybe he will. He might just be better than these. He's never encountered an off track, so we'll see how he handles it. That's part of it too. But he's probably the main threat just on class. He's currently at 2-1. I threw a long shot for 3rd. The 5 Deputy Tremont. In his only start on an off track was his maiden victory. Granted, he got the right kind of trip against the right kind of field. It was a speed favoring track, but the speed wasn't much in there, and he was able to lay close and get the win. Followed it up with a win a couple races later, and he had a solid second at odds of 11-1 when you go back to September 24th. His last race, it was a big 12-horse field. Never really got going in there. He wasn't anywhere close to the pace. I think this horse has to be in the race a little bit more than what he was last time. And when you look at the race flow, it does look like Henry's Hope is the speed, and he might be the one to lay close and be in contention. And if he's in that spot, I think he can at least hang around to get a piece of this one. And he's currently at odds of 15-1. He's a good long shot to at least throw in there. And let's face it, if Henry's Hope stops for whatever reason, he's probably going to get first run more than the rest of them are. English Storm, more of a late closer, but he caught a race that absolutely void of speed last time, where he was close up in a 23 and 47. And let's face it, it was a really weak bunch that he was much better than. Stays at 5,000, but a much tougher group today. But he won't be that close to the pace today because he doesn't have much for speed, especially if Henry's Hope's out there in 46 and change. But he's another one to consider. At least he got a little bit of a confidence builder dropping to 5, and he stays at the bottom here, and that makes him competitive. Okay, so we got a daily double starting in race number 8. Exacta Try and Super offered. We scratched both the 1 and the 2.
It is the call to post race 8 as they head onto the track, and with the scratches of the 1 and 2 leading the post parade is number 3 English Storm for Jose Baez and trainer Dana Sol as they head out with number 4 Break the Fall. The rider is Luis Pena. Number 5 Deputy Tremont, Luis Perez. Six, Revivalism, with the riders Kevin Navarro. Number 7, Union Navy for Joel Cruz. Number 8 is Henry's Hope, Nazario Alvarado the rider. And number 9, One Vision, with Relu Gutierrez. Now the field is coming forward to the gate. This race at 6 furlongs. Now with the inside is English Storm as they move up, followed along by Break the Fall. Deputy Tremont is coming up. Next along is Revivalism. In the orange, Union Navy. Henry's Hope moves up. And to the outside, One Vision. Has gone in, they're ready. Off they race, and slow as Break the Fall. Best away, One Vision. Quickly going for the lead is Henry's Hope, and they've come clear. And they are about 3 in front, the stablemates, and Henry's Hope dashing out to lead by about 2 lengths to One Vision in second. A wall of horses across the track next. The widest is Union Navy around Revivalism. Deputy Tremont closer to the inside, and English Storm the rail as this leader has gone scorching ahead by 7 or 8 lengths. And last is Break the Fall. 22 and 1 the first fraction, all alone Henry's Hope as they speed off down to the 3/8. Henry's Hope by about 4 or 5 lengths to going to second, Revivalism. Union Navy third, One Vision backing out of it. Break the Fall starting to wind up from last. And back to the tail, Deputy Tremont and English Storm catching a little bit of ground on this leader. It's Henry's Hope by about 3 lengths. Turning in front, Revivalism second. Union Navy the outsider. Break the others. And still out in the lead is Henry's Hope. About 3 lengths to Revivalism giving all. And on the outside, Union Navy. Inside the final furlong, Revivalism coming home better. Revivalism ranging up. It's on the inside, Henry's Hope taken on by Revivalism, who gets the lead, and Revivalism goes on to win. A half a length to Henry's Hope, third Union Navy. A breakaway, Deputy Tremont just snug in for fourth from Break the Fall, and the race time is 1:11.86. It is a photo for the win in the first quarter, 22 and 1, half a mile, 45 and 3, 5/8, 58 and 2. The time for the race is 1:11.86. The numbers are 6, 8, 7, 5. Revivalism is the winner of 8 Henry's Hope, 7 Union Navy and 5 Deputy Tremont. And it is Kevin Navarro on board Revivalism for trainer Jonathan Buckley and owner Windy Leaf Farm LLC. Revivalism taking win number 3. The 3-year-old bay gelding is by Audible from Southern Strike and was bred in New York by Milford Farm Incorporated. That result is, it is official on race 8. Revivalism for the win, $10.38. The double for $2, $50.06. The exacta has paid $22.36. The 50-cent trifecta is $17.72. And the 10-cent super, $10.35. Turning to the 9th and final race, where we have a number of rider changes. Let's take a look. Race 9, number 1, Crystal. The rider is now John Berrios. 2, Esther's Salad, Luis Perez. Number 8, I'm Pretty Good, Stephen Fred. Added works for 5, Secret Fire, November 12th, half mile at Finger Lakes, muddy track, 51:30 breezing. And also for number 9, Widow, November 12th, 3 furlongs, 38:10 breezing on a muddy track. Race number 9, with an exacta, trifecta and superfecta wagers available, is next. And there has been a claim out of this race, out of race 8. Number 8, Henry's Hope, has been claimed by owner-trainer James Acalano. That's Henry's Hope. The runner-up, claimed by James Acalano, owner-trainer. Race 9, 15 minutes to post time.
Getting ready for the last race on today's card. As you know, we had that pick 5 carryover. It wasn't a very big one, over 10,000, but they boosted up the pool over 100,000. And you see the result. A lot of logical horses here in that pick 5. And looking at the will pays, somebody's going to take home some money here. And yeah, kind of a wide open race to finish it out. The last race looked like a 2-horse race. Was whether Henry's Hope as the main speed could hold off Revivalism. Well, Revivalism showed why he was the class of the race. He got the victory under Kevin Navarro for trainer John Buckley. Just a reminder, we are going to continue 12-10 first post for the rest of the season. 5 racing days left of the 2025 season. We got Tuesday and Wednesday this week, Monday through Wednesday next week. So join us tomorrow. We'll be going on early, 11:40 a.m. We'll have the pre-race show. Jackie Davis will again join me to quickly go over the Tuesday card. This one, yeah, great one to finish it off with. A 5,000 maiden claimer that goes 6 furlongs. This for fillies and mares. A bulky 12-horse field for this race. I mean, you can eliminate a few of them, but you know, I was looking at Esther Salad. I don't know how good a field that was last time. I don't know if this one's much tougher, but it does seem like a little tougher. But she should have won last time. It was one of those races where she got some bad luck. It was a big long shot. Alarm Killarney, who came rolling down the middle of the track under Jose Ventura to get the victory. Esther Salad looked like she was going to win the race, but she was bothered late, impeded by a tiring horse. What are you going to do? The tiring horse finished behind her. And that cost her the victory. So give her another chance today. She ran okay on the good racetrack. She was facing tougher before. Again, it wasn't that strong a field, and it was no world beater that beat her. But again, she's got an excuse, and that she would have won the race if that didn't happen. So she's at odds of 2-1. Very logical horse in this last race. You got the 7 Trish. And with Trish, it's the willingness to want to win. And you know, she was bet down to be the favorite. And in her defense, she did break poorly. And she had to get back into the race. And then she was forced to go wide. I'm not sure she would have won the race, but I think it was more of what happened during the race that she didn't have that good of a race. I mean, she was behind horses, and she had to alter out right around when they hit the turn and was forced to go wide. And that kind of lost all her momentum and lost a lot of ground that she couldn't get to the leaders. She's a horse you can always count on making a nice run against this level of competition, but it's just a matter of getting up to get the victory. Hard not to consider her, though, and she's going to get some play. She's at 3-1. Starship Kit Kat. I mean, her numbers aren't great, but she wasn't badly beaten in the condition. She's got no excuse, but going to be surprised, just held her off. And she ran a good race. She stayed close to the pace. It wasn't that fast of a pace in 47. She had a troubled trip the race before. So she definitely plays. It all depends on the pace flow here. Even though you got 12 horses, you're not going to have a fast early pace. I'm looking at the speed, and you kind of look at it. Who is the speed of this race? I think Esther Salad could be more aggressive. Cruising to Win's got a little bit of speed. And I'm Pretty Good is adding blinkers. Maybe that one gets out a little bit better. I mean, there's nobody that's going to go 45 in this race, so you're still going to get a 47.5, but that's kind of how you got to look at it. And Starship Kit Kat could be in that mix near the front line, and she's got the weight off with the apprentice rider who's already won a race. She plays, obviously. Again, I did throw a long shot in for 4th. Talk about I'm Pretty Good. We did get a rider change on that one. Now, the blinkers go on Pretty Good, and she does drop in class. Now, she showed nothing, though, in her first 2 starts of the year. She took a lot of money in her first 2 starts as a 2-year-old. She was well-liked, but it just hasn't shown much so far as a 3-year-old. Again, maybe the equipment change could help the chances. Maybe she shows a little more speed because she was up close to paces early in her career. Do want to mention, I'm not sure if this is going to be the last race of this horse's career. Anna V is a 6-year-old mare. She started off her career this year. We normally don't run maidens at 7, so she could be another one to consider here. I mean, Lugu's having a great day, but let's see how Anna V does in possibly her final race, unless she could get in before the end of the season. She's currently a big price at odds of 28 to 1. So interesting race, not a lot of speed in here. You got a bulky 12-horse field of maidens. I went with a 2-7-6-8. Good luck with your selections, and we'll be back tomorrow with a 12-20 first post.
Heading to the post parade now. Race number 9 and number 1 is Crystal. In the saddle is John Berrios. 2 is Esther's Salad for Luis Perez. Number 3, Staged Conflict, Heman Harkey the rider. 4 is Cruisin' to Win, Jose Baez. And number 5, Secret Fire, with Rafael Rojena Jr. Number 6, Starship Kit Kat, Alexa Marie Cintron is the rider. Trish, number 7, for Kevin Navarro. To number 8, I'm Pretty Good with Stephen Frett. 9, Widow, J.M. Rohina. Jose Ventura aboard number 10, Anna V, will come back to. On screen is 11, Queen of All My Dreams, for Michael Davila Jr. And number 12, Secord for Carlos Camilo. And there is a look at Anna V with Jose Ventura as they head to the start. Now they're arriving behind the starting gate, about to be called up for the final race on our program today. A great betting race. Arriving behind the start is Crystal. Current favourite for the race is number 2, Esther Salad 2-1, number 7, Trish 5-2, 3-1 for number 6, Starship Kit Kat. Stage Conflict 5-1 as they move up. Inside runner Crystal going forward. Moving along is Esther's Salad. Next along into gate 3 is Staged Conflict. In the yellow is Cruise In to Win. Secret Fire called up. Out wider going in is Anna V. Starship Kit Kat to gate number 6. Along to gate 7 is Trish. And also on the move is I'm Pretty Good to gate 8. Further out is Widow. Queen of All My Dreams to gate number 11. Secord the outside, stand by for a start. Secord comes up and has gone in, they're ready. Off they race, good start, Secord back last, Starship Kit Kat was slow, I'm Pretty Good won the start. Going to the front though is Esther Salad and driven away from them. Esther Salad by 3 lengths to I'm Pretty Good. Handy is Crystal, in the centre goes Cruise In to Win. Widow the outside, about a length behind them is Trish, and then a break in the field to Starship Kit Kat making up good ground. On the inside Stage Conflict, a little worse than mid-pack, and behind them is Anna V, and still well out of it is Secret Fire Secord, and last is Queen of All My Dreams. Esther Salad in front continues to run free by 2 lengths to Crystal. A length and a half away third is I'm Pretty Good, going past Cruise In to Win. Widow making ground. On the outside Starship Kit Kat's gone to 4th, and looking for room up the rail is Trish. Anna V making ground, and behind them Stage Conflict as they go inside the quarter, but Esther Salad continues to find plenty. At the top of the stretch, Esther Salad by about 3 or 4 lengths. I'm Pretty Good, Crystal, and down the outside Starship Kit Kat, and in behind them is Trish. All alone Esther Salad, the danger Starship Kit Kat, and didn't get the best of starts but is a threat down the outside. Esther Salad inside the 16th continues to find, and Esther Salad going on to win well. Esther Salad wraps it up to score by about 4. Trish got up to run second, weakening in the last part Starship Kit Kat. A gap to Crystal, might have just nosed out Stage Conflict for 4th and 5th. 1:14.25. Two, Esther Salad is the winner. And a photo for place, 2 and a photo. The first quarter 23, half a mile 47. 5/8 in 1 flat, and the time for the 6 furlongs 1:14.25. Second home is number 7, Trish, and third is 6, Starship Kit Kat. Number 1, Crystal, was 4th, so the numbers are 2, 7, 6-1. And a commanding win in the final race to Esther's Salad, the breakthrough win for this Bay filly, a 3-year-old by the Factor from Awesome de Oro, bred by 3C Stables LLC in New York. It is Jose Jimenez is the winning trainer. Congrats to Luis Perez, winning rider, and to RT Racing Stable, the owners of the winner, Esther's Salad. It is official, a popular winner, $5.04 for number 2, Esther's Salad, to win. The final double has paid $28.84. That exacta, $15.58. The 50-cent trifecta, $12.06. The 10-cent super has returned $29.11. The 50-cent pick 3, $31.26. The 50-cent pick 4, all 4 needed, $211.92. And here's the payout in the pick 5, the 50-cent pick 5, 5 of 5, $2,642.82. A claim from the final race, the runner-up, number 7, Trish, has gone to owner-trainer Linda K. Dixon. Trish claimed out of the last race by owner-trainer Linda K. Dixon. That concludes our Monday program. Back here at Finger Lakes tomorrow with our first race at 12:10. Thanks for joining us.